Excuse me. You laid a lovely egg. It's very nice. stuck on my coat.
It's what you're doing too, hot dogs. what's gonna be over there.
Where?
Hey, Mommy.
Beets.
Now we need new buckles. Are you using a stick?
I am using a stick. Okay. You want to help me?
Yeah.
I'll give you some. Just wait a second. Okay, here's some. Can you put them in this in here? Very good.
Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew.
Those look great.
Pew, pew, pew.
good.
basket, little kitty.
Oh, clean them. That one, that one, that one. Got two. Yes, got two. That way.
All the way. Yep.
Donkey.
Yep.
Come on, Travis. good.
Yes.
Who's ready for pizza? Who's ready for pizza?
I want some lemonade.
Okay, give me a glass. A Dino piece.
Where's Grumpy gonna sit?
You got the flavor, but
I don't want you to pick it off.
there's more here.
Yeah. I bet that's what it is.
turning it one way.
Hold it.
Look at that one. It's huge. kitty.
And a rat one.
I just realized we always do the same stick.
numbers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was a nice one.
What are you gonna do?
You're one of the problems.
Got it.
That's a big pit.
I'm gonna eat a little bit of it.
Okay. You think that's enough peaches for everybody? Dinner's ready. Egg, or do you want the breast?
I don't want the leg, guys.
Chicken on a bone?
I want to. It's good.
Perfect. Alright, the breast meat. This is
Oh, you
nice.
want some?
Thank you.
Breast meat.
What did you get some?
All the kiwis. Which one? Cucumber. I have some. Good.
No, this one's not ready yet. I'm gonna open up. Let's see what happens. Oh, come on,
Look it, we gotta look around in here. Pick all these cucamelons. one's not as sweet. Yours is much sweeter. Can I taste it? I am not ready for these to be ready to pick yet.
Hurry!
Mom, I'm done.
Here's the bus.
Let's go quick.
one. One. There you go.
What
A
was
little bit more. There.
right in here?
Uh-huh.
Hey, Mom.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Very good. All the way down. Yep. Yep.
The dough.
Okay.
There's more dough.
There's more dough. Do 1, 2, 3.
rotten peaches that I left in there. Ugh. Yeah. Did this smell bad?
That's ridiculous. downstairs.
Arp. No, Arp. Can you help me get the little ones?
you.